morning, Council, staff, ladies and gentlemen online. A little late starting this morning, road conditions, and we have some illnesses related to Council that have depleted our numbers a bit. But I'll call this special committee of the whole of Wednesday, March 1st, 2023 to order, and we'll begin with roll call, please. Thank you. Council is present with the exception of Councillor Meisner, Councillor Harding, and Councillor Windsor is online, so he is counted as present. At a point in time, I'll be looking for a motion to excuse the well, perhaps this is the point in time at which I'm looking for a motion to excuse the attendance of Councillor Meisner and Councillor Harding, both of whom have given us notice in advance, moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Hurtle. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That is unanimously approved if Councillor Windsor is voting in favor. Councillor Windsor, are you voting in favor?
Yes.
Thank you. So that is unanimous. The agenda, of course, has been circulated. Unless there are errors or omissions, I'm looking for a motion to approve. Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Granger. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none,
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Of course.
On the agenda, I'm just wondering, this we have an in-camera session this afternoon, and I was just wondering why it's in camera. It seems to be, I know it's human resource, but it's not personnel, and that it's dealing with personnel. It's about our business planning, organizational design. So I was just wondering why we would take that into camera versus have the discussion in open council, since there's no individuals there referenced at all that I see. So it just seems like a matter, business planning matter, that would be reasonable to have in open council.
Thank you, Councillor Windsor. The answer to the question of information is that it will have to do with positions and other hierarchy items associated with the present and future regarding personnel, and those are to be held in camera.
There's no personal references there at all. It's just the business, in my view, it's just business planning.
Well, perhaps you can raise that at the time that the in-camera is entered into, but we won't discuss what's to be discussed in camera during the open meeting. But I'll make a note of your point, and we'll have the chat regarding it as soon as we move to in-camera as to whether the in-camera is appropriate. Does that respond?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So on the motion to approve, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. The motion is approved. Thank you. Any councillor, now that we have an approved agenda before us, that feels that they have, with respect to any item on the agenda, a conflict of interest, now would be the appropriate time to disclose that.
Just a note, Mayor, like to receive my vote each time, do you want me to interject? I know you've got a lot going on, and it might not be reasonable for you to come to me each time, or you may forget with the business of your seat there. If you were inclined, I could interject when you call the vote, the result of the vote, to say, and I also vote whatever you'd prefer.
Thank you, Councillor. I was just going through my mind, as a matter of fact, and I'd like you, when I call for the vote, and before I announce the results of the vote, when I call for the vote, if you would verbally indicate whether you're yea or nay, that would get you appropriately on the record. Is that okay?
Yes, and I will pause the few seconds that it takes, that's allowed for the system to record votes.
Sure. Thank you. No disclosure of conflict of interest matters. Moving to item 4 and beginning our morning session with regard to strategic projects and key performance indicators update and proposed I'll be all right. Just give me a moment. Proposed strategic projects for 2023 and 2024 and key performance indicators, and we're looking to Mr. Barr to lead this session and keep us on time, as I understand it. Mr. Barr, your answer.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, Committee of the Whole. So yes, this morning's session is going to be all about the key performance indicators and strategic projects, giving you updates on those. And then after the second half of the morning, we'll be presenting proposed ones that have started some of them and proposing for the next 6 to 12 months. So the first one is a briefing associated with the updates for strategic projects that are in the 2021-24 strategic plan and key performance indicators associated with that. So the intent of this briefing is just to provide Committee of the Whole with an update on the progress in relation to all those items, the strategic projects and the related KPIs. So just going through the discussion, and this is going to be very high level on my part. What's going to happen is that I'll explain this a little bit further, but each of the directors, the deputy CAO and the CAO, we're all going to be kind of taking turns up here going through all of the KPIs. There's actually 68 of them that we're providing an update on. So you're going to notice that the time spent on some of them is going to be very brief, mostly for the ones that you're familiar with or that have already have been completed or are on track. And then later in this morning, when we do the proposed ones, there's another 35. So we've got 103 in total to go through. So some of them will be very, very quick. But just as an overview, so the 21-24 strategic plan contains projects that support the key strategic priorities of the municipality and the strategic focus areas. And as you recall, the KSPs for our strategic plan are strong communities, environmental stewardship, economic development, good governance, and financial sustainability. So we'll be breaking all of the updates out into those categories as we go through them all. So just to kind of recap just for a little bit more, is that when you look in the strategic plan, there's strategic projects that are contained in there. The vast majority of those have been put into action through KPIs, through key performance indicators. So therefore, when you look at the timely completion of those or timely progress of the KPIs, it's a tangible measurement towards the successful implementation of the strategic plan. KPIs support the projects support the focus areas support the key strategic priorities, which obviously flow from the mission, vision, and values part of the strategic plan, which ultimately forms the strategic plan. So it's really where the rubber hits the road. So I mentioned that there's 68 KPIs currently in place. They're broken down from those 5 KSPs as follows on the screen. So I won't bother kind of reading off what's there visually. There is an other category as well, like that are key kind of corporate related KPIs. There's 17 of those for a total of 68. At a very high level of the 68, 42 of the KPIs have been completed or are on track for completion within their timelines. So about 2/3 of those. And then another 11 are at least 50% completed, but are currently behind their forecasted schedule for one reason or another that we'll talk about when we update them. And then the balance of the 15 KPIs are less than 50% completed and are behind their forecasted schedule. So the status and details for each of those are contained in the link that was provided in the briefing. So when you click on that link, It'll give you a dashboard of all of the KPIs. You can click on the title for each of them to get in and get more details associated with them. So hopefully you've had a chance to look through those, because that's what we're going to be going through in detail here, director by director. So as I mentioned, the way it'll work is that each of the directors will come up, the deputy CEO and the CAO, and provide updates on the completed and in the progress KPIs within the individual department. So like I said, there's a total of 68, so we've allotted about 15 minutes per presenter in order to pull this off this morning. So probably about 10 minutes presenting, 5 minutes for questions kind of thing. Trish unfortunately had some last minute things came up this morning, so the CAO will be looking after her departmental KPI. So we're going to shuffle the order of what we plan to present these, and we'll get through all of them this morning, and then later on this morning we'll end up getting into the proposed ones as well. So the recommendation following the presentations from each of the directors and deputy CAO and CAO is that committee of the whole recommend municipal council receive the briefing on strategic projects and key performance indicator dated March 1st, 2023 for information. So if it's fine with you, Chair, we'll just kind of leave that and come back to that recommendation once we've completed all the presentations.
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
All right. So all the presentations will be done from the presentation desk, just for ease of being able to pull up the dashboard and also reference some notes and stuff. So I guess we'll continue with Director of Finance. All right, so take a few seconds for us to each time for each of the KPIs to just filter it. So we're going to end up, for myself, I'll end up filtering out based on ones I'm directly leading, then also the managers within the department, and we'll go through the completed and in progress ones. And again, some of these are very quick in order to get through 68 of them. All right, so the two that are listed as completed under my lead relate directly to the strategic plan. So I won't go into a lot of detail about those, but they related to, you can recall back in 2021 when we actually finalized the strategic plan for council's review and approval, and then also released the strategic plan, did the flip book, did the whole release associated with it, these updates, that type of stuff. So both of those projects are actually completed related to the strategic plan. Probably for ease of questions, I'd say go through all the leads within the department for completed, maybe pause for questions on those, and then do the in the progress if that works well for committee of the whole. Continuing with completed, under the manager of financial reporting, you'll see and you recall early last year, where the sewer infrastructure valuation and reserve impairment process, and you'll recall that there was a detailed presentation provided by the Director of Public Works and the Manager of Financial Reporting associated with the valuation that was done on the sewer infrastructure, recommended changes to the rate, and put in a process for being able to improve on that impairment over the long haul. So that one was completed last year. And under IT services, you'll recall obviously the broadband build out. I won't go into a lot of detail about that, but that's the CTI project, and that's been fully implemented and completed in servicing the underserviced communities within Kings County that were part of that project. And then finally for completed, under revenue services, there was two studies, I guess, looking at the commercial assessment base, both for Kingston, Greenwood area and for New Minas area, and both of those were complete. The high level kind of results of the Greenwood Kingston commercial assessment profile was that there was surely a significant amount of saturation within that area that really didn't lend itself to a lot of additional commercial development. And for the New Minas one, kind of similar, but yet there was still opportunity for development through density and through vertical growth. So both those studies were completed last year from the Manager of Revenue Services. So moving to the ones that are in progress right now, under the Director of Finance and IT Services, you'll see that there's Kingston Water is one of the KPIs and that's being undertaken under Strong Communities. That project. We've done some very high-level construction modeling for extending water into Kingston that EPW and GIS have done. We've estimated what the local improvement charges would be if there was going to be that kind of extension of water services into Kingston, and applied for ICIP funding associated with it. We actually met with the local councillor for Kingston about the capital improvement charge, the local improvement charge, and with village staff about that. And the application that was submitted by Kingston under the ICIP was more of a phase one approach, a little smaller than what would do the whole village. So it's currently on hold right now, just waiting for a response from ICIP. And then pending that, there would be engagement, obviously, with the ratepayers of Kingston to see if that project would move forward, depending on the funding approval associated with that. A couple other projects that are in progress. So the solar power solar electricity for community buildings project is the solar panels on the roof here. It's virtually complete. I mean, obviously the installation is complete, and we've been monitoring the progress now for the last 12 months. The reason why it's at 95% is because of that monitoring. We want to compare it to similar projects within the municipality, and also make sure that we're getting production at the anticipated levels. And if there is a variance, and there was a slight variance of about 10 to 15% in the first year, to kind of identify where some of those shortcomings are and to see if there's ways that we can mitigate that. So we're leaving this as in progress until we're able to kind of monitor that and find ways to make sure that we're achieving at the production levels that was anticipated. The wind power project, the wind power project, obviously that one is currently right now on hold, pending further information from D&D in terms of the build-out associated with that, in terms of the radar mitigation concerns. The project is actually going to be taking a different phase where we're going to be looking at the feasibility of alternative siting. So we've got some identified potentials that have been identified by GIS that we'll be exploring further, and we hope to see this project move forward a little bit despite those radar mitigation issues.
Excuse me, Greg and Mr. Chair, when can we ask questions on the various slides as we go through?
I'm fine with taking questions at any point, Mr. Chair. If there's one that's relevant, then certainly I'm open for it.
Do you have a question, Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Greg. Yeah, just back to your last slide on the solar power, which we're saying is 95% complete. I'm just trying to understand, like the solar power project. Myself, and probably most people in the public who would be viewing today, would be expecting a solar power project to be mostly completed, 95% completed, but which would mean we've got infrastructure on the ground and it's near ready to throw a switch. So what is it that we're at there that's 95% complete, and where are we in the full project, if you like?
Yeah, certainly through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So this relates to the solar electricity for community building project, so specifically the solar panels that are on the municipal building here in the admin building. So it is fully installed and has been in commercial operation for 14 months now, 15 months actually now. So from that perspective, it is 100% complete. The installation is complete, and we're in commercial production, and we're seeing results of that. The reason why it's being kept at only 95% is from a monitoring perspective. We anticipated kilowatt hours in the ballpark of about 125,000 to 129,000, and we're seeing south of 120, downwards in around 112, 115,000 in the first year. So we're trying to see if that's weather related, if it's equipment related, if there's any warranty issues, seeing what kind of our peers are seeing for similar type systems. So we're keeping this project open until we're able to kind of monitor it and make sure it's getting the production that we anticipate.
So the big solar project then, Meadowview, where's that in the scheme of things?
That's a separate KPI, the CAO.
Oh, so that'll come up later?
Yes.
And if you might, Greg, there was a couple of slides ago you spoke, I think, to Greenwood and New Minas and some tax assessment initiative. I forget what it was. I raised my hand at the time, but oh, this one here, yeah, commercial development and tax revenue analysis. what was the scope here? What were we trying to achieve with those particular initiatives?
So the overview of it was just to do like an analysis of the commercial property assessment base within Kingston to kind of understand the profile and if there was anything that would kind of limit growth or limit development opportunities. So it was really staff undertook like a complete review of the historic assessment data and then looked at the underutilized properties that might be there within the commercial zone and try and compare it against other growth areas within the municipality. And the result of that study was that I'll read it verbatim here. The examination determined that the community is almost at the point of saturation without the rezoning of additional commercial lands or the redevelopment of current or older properties. So it was an assessment. Sorry.
Was that something that was before council before, like earlier on in the process? I don't recall. I didn't recall this at all. So that's why I was asking, I guess.
No, that's a fair comment. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I don't recall if both of those assessments came in front of council or not. I'll certainly have a look at it, and then perhaps our manager of revenue services can provide a more detailed presentation on the results of both of those analyses.
Okay, yeah, I didn't recall a startup or any process throughout. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I think you'll find that was just a management due diligence issue, but we'll hear about it later. Mr. Barr, go ahead.
All right. The final KPI that's under the in progress under the Director of Finance is the CCBF program review. You'll recall that this is in relation to looking at the distribution of gas tax specifically with the villages. We have come up with a proposed kind of draft program. We've met with the villages back in late November at the village meeting, gave them a high overview of it, and we committed that in early this year we'll have another meeting dedicated solely to this topic. So once we're kind of through the budgeting phase, we'll look to engage with the villages more about that and look to hopefully have a program in place for the 24-25 fiscal year. The remaining in progress KPIs. So under the manager financial reporting, there's the community-based environmental projects PACE. So the PACE program, this is a project that has been analyzed quite extensively by our staff. Certainly the manager financial reporting did a financial model to analyze different program elements, and really the recommendation was to bring on a third-party PACE administrator. So where we're at right now is we are looking at developing a request for expression of interest associated with the program design and implementation. We're in the final stages of a draft associated with that and hope to be releasing that REI publicly in the next couple of weeks. And under financial sustainability, KSP, a few that are in progress, and these are of no surprise to members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The budget public engagement component of it, you'll recall that for public engagement, while some was done in the past, we came to the recommendation to Budget and Finance that it was more on the spectrum of education as opposed to the other end of the spectrum associated with engagement. So once the budget for 23-24 is complete, we're going to be releasing some more education-related engagement activities that we've been meeting with other staff within the municipality to move forward with that. The procurement policy update. So this one is a complete review of our procurement policy, and for Budget and Finance, you'd be aware that that is just on hold pending the hiring of the procurement officer. We've had certainly some issues associated with recruitment and hiring in that position. But this will be one of the first tasks associated with that. And we've got some interviews that will be lined up in the next couple of weeks for the second round of advertising that we did for that position. And the risk assessment fraud prevention program development. This one's currently on hold, just pending other priorities, I guess, within the municipality. One that was undertaken associated with this was reconciling payroll records and bank transactions and coming up with a process for solidifying that in order to properly put a proper fraud prevention program in place for that in relation to payroll. So that was successful, and right now we're, once it comes off of hold, we'll be looking to enhance the documentation for a number of key activities and complete a more broader risk assessment review of a number of other elements. So these are all ones that are brought up with Budget and Finance and with the Audit Committee, depending on which one. Some other in-progress items for IT services. There's 3 that are listed here. So accounting software development, this is one that you would be familiar with. It's been on our agenda for a while. It's still there. The RFP is pretty much ready to go, but it's been held pending the next one I'll update you on is the asset management software one. That one is kind of, until that was completed, we didn't want to move forward with the accounting software because of the integration associated with it. So right now we're hoping to be able to release that RFP very soon and review and award submissions associated with that in the near future. So like I said, it was delayed to coordinate with the asset management software project, and will be undertaken once that's in place. The asset management project is 95% complete. It's essentially in place, and we're just going through some user testing and user training right now. The user acceptance testing yielded a number of issues that weren't anticipated that kind of led to this being delayed, but it's now nearing completion, and we're hoping for widespread user training in the coming actually days and weeks so we can actually release this and complete this project. And then the VCFN business plan one. So this is an project to address governance and operational issues within VCFN and to kind of provide a roadmap that's sustainable for future operations for VCFN. So what's been completed so far is that the VCFN business and transition plan has been kind of put in draft format, and the Aylesford Pilot Project Phase 1 was included in this current year's budget. Right now, they're in the process of doing a community survey associated with it. Just with the winter weather, it's kind of been put on hold until the spring, and then they'll continue that survey. And they're hoping to return to council with some recommendations either in Q4 of this fiscal or Q1 of next. So something coming hopefully soon in relation to that one.
May I ask a question, Greg?
Certainly.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, sir.
So the VCFN, would that be also, when you're looking at this, is it in the broad picture and how it may be administered, governed into the future that you're looking at? What is in essence is the scope of what we're doing here?
Yeah, certainly through you, Mr. Chair, through the councillor. So it is about coming up with a broader business plan for VCFN that would be advanced for consideration to the VCFN Board of Directors. So it is about that in terms of a sustainable model for them for future operations. Certainly the model that's there now would probably be considered to not be sustainable, and so it's about coming up with a more sustainable model that would be considered by the board.
So it does deal with governance and how it may be structured as well?
Yeah, governance and operational issues.
Thank you.
And the last one for me for completed and in progress, I don't believe there's any in there for the revenue services. There's a number you'll see in the second half of this morning's session where we'll be updating about proposed ones, and I think they've got 5 or 6 in there, but currently none in progress. So before I pass it over to Scott Quinn, is there any other questions associated with the KPIs in the Finance and IT department for completed and in progress?
Any questions related to finance and IT? I don't see any. Just a curiosity question, Mr. Bear, on the software issue for accounting. I know that that's been there for a very long time, and that the sands have been shifting all this time because of bringing on other software that has to marry with the accounting software. When we go out on these things, generally speaking, and specifically to this, if you know the answer, when you're going to get an RFP or whichever way you attract offers, is the solution going to be a solution unique to this municipality in terms of software that has to be, that you have to lock yourself into the providers virtually forever and hope that the providers remain solvent virtually forever? Or is it one of those off-the-shelf solutions, or is it an off-the-shelf with flexibility solution, or do you have any insight into that?
Yeah, certainly. So as part of the RFP evaluation, that'll be some of the key criteria, is looking at those types of elements. I mean, I can speculate and say that it'll probably more than likely be something that's more considered, off-the-shelf type thing in terms of something that's being custom built here for sure. But certainly the flexibility to be able to adapt it to work with our different programs, have our programmer here, that's our staff programmer, be able to make changes and updates to be able to work and integrate with other programs is something we'll be evaluating. But more than likely it'll be something that's a larger, like our current program is in its day was a widely known and popular project program. And there's a lot of other ones that are available now, so it'll depend on the submissions, but that'll be the intent, is to try and go with something that's more off the shelf that's able to be customized.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Barr? No? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Now we're welcoming Mr. Quinn to the presentation mic. Mr. Quinn, when you're ready.
Sure. Thank you, and good morning, everybody. So I'll just jump straight in. So at the moment, so going through the completed, there isn't necessarily on my side a number of our KPIs are certainly sort of longer length projects. So they're certainly working on a timeline. So this one, yeah, I think a lot of these for ours are just largely on the completed. Most of these are, I think, most of ours are still ongoing. Let me just double check quick. Okay, so mainly we have a number of, most bulk of ours are still in progress here. So with our manager, so this is basically central part of the overall effort to centralize and standardize all of our standard operating procedures. So as you can imagine, for department and the amount of regulatory environment we have probably more SOPs than probably the rest of the organization combined, or pretty close to it. So there's probably over 100 that have to be sorted out and collated with the ongoing effort also to update our operations manuals that go with them. So they work to a lot of those operating procedures work together. So that's been there certainly has been progress on that, but that's just an ongoing one as well. It's like this will be sort of a living process because, as you can imagine, regulatory environment is continually shifting. So as soon as we get done one round, we'll probably be back on to the next round just with that and with regulatory changes, I say, and also just with basic audits that flags items and best practices are being updated in that. So, but that work is still progressing. So in the community-based facility one, so this particular one deals with the main project in this one is the Aylesford Lake Beach washroom project. So that one is actually underway and currently projected to be on time to open in time for December season this year. So the work is going through that. Public washroom review, we have had some discussions with our recreation colleagues to start mapping out some of that. We also have gathered some basic research on what may be possible in terms of public washrooms on, say, trails and other areas that we've gone out to. I say one of the resources we're fortunate that we have a resource with Parks Canada, who was kind enough to offer a fair bit of information on what they're doing with their facilities, also particularly for areas that may not be readily handy to centralized services. So self-sustaining. So we're working through some of that. We've done some review of park space, again, with that. with some of our other colleagues. And as well, we have had some initial contact with King's Transit in terms of updating their bus shelter designs to be more accessible. So we've certainly extended that offer. That initiative is on hold right at the moment, just pending a number of different reviews that King's Transit's undergoing as well, just to see where exactly the accessibility standards are going to land in terms of infrastructure requirements going forward, because those are still in draft form at this point. In terms of this community, the community-based project 3, so this is the development of an EV municipal fleet. So we have been successful in getting grants from senior levels of government to take us through to design phase right now for the charging infrastructure. That hopefully that design work will be done within the next month or two, and then that will allow us to roll into actually starting to start procuring and deploying EV vehicles, hopefully starting next year. But as an interim step, we have 2 hybrid electric vehicles that are in the fleet currently, so far working fairly well, well received, and we have 2 more that are supposed to be delivered pretty well any time now, but as you imagine, supply chain has been an ongoing issue with that. So the intent is to, with the charging infrastructure, deploy that at several key facilities across the county, so we have spread with that group. The other one, the disaster mitigation application, so this was for the extension of the dike in Port Williams. So we did put in an initial application which was not successful. Currently there's work ongoing to put in a second one because the federal government has opened up a second funding window now, so that work is ongoing to prepare that. The development commercial area lot, so this is some of the property just adjacent to Waterville Sewer Treatment Plant. There has been a little bit of work on that, but that's mainly on hold pending some of the technical environmental studies really with the new interchange being proposed in the area. So, and then last, for the manager of engineering, also the updates of municipal specifications. We have been working on the RFP, but I think we've come to some discussions with our colleagues over in development and planning that our specifications and bylaw 60 subdivision bylaw are rather intertwined, so we're going to combine our resources as a joint project to try to update both at the same time, because as I say, right now they're fairly intertwined and they do need to speak to each other to some degree, but there is certainly some uncoupling of some parts of that I think would be beneficial.
Scott, may I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, back on the review that you were doing out there, a commercial lot review, commercial lots, it's dependent on the interchange. That makes sense, and the outcomes there. Mm-hmm. Is there any indicator of where that is? And I know it's a province-led thing, but is there any indicator of where that's at that you can give us today?
I believe there, and I may look to the Deputy CEO for some of that, but I believe the process is in the middle of the consultation phase right at the moment, and that's mainly with Nova Scotia Public Works. I believe that's where that sits, so I think the outcome of that process, I think, will drive the final stages of those studies.
But we don't have any indicator of where the province is at in terms of completing its assessments and coming to some determinations on layouts and all those things.
There are regular monthly meetings, Councillor, of a group which includes First Nations and the municipality and the provincial government, and there's a major feature of federal funding associated with the anticipated project. Having been privy to those meetings, as as well as the deputy CAO, I can suggest that it's very much on track. But the trigger at the end of the day will be the announcement of any federal grant that's available for the project. In the meantime, there are constant archaeological type studies going on in the area and environmental type studies going on in the area, you know, whether any endangered species would be impacted, whether any ancestral significant archaeological indigenous parcels would be involved in the lands that would be used. Those sorts of things are ongoing and reported on regularly and periodically. In the meantime, as I said, in terms of actual nailing down the date upon which this would happen, it all has to do with senior level financing.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Even I know you can't be overly specific, but just in general, that's good to know.
Okay. Does you have any other question for the presenter, Councillor?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll move to the projects that our manager of compliance is leading right at the moment. So there's three parts of that. So the first one is we've been working towards getting what they refer to as CORE, so a certificate of recognition from Construction Safety Nova Scotia for all of our safety programs. So we've been undergoing a review of our policies and procedures. I'd say that part is basically complete. We just have a final, I'll say, gap assessment and final just walkthrough with Construction Safety Nova Scotia, and then basically we should be able to achieve certification. Just with some staffing, we haven't been able to finish that between both us and Construction Safety. That last step hasn't been completed yet, but we anticipate to be able to get that rolling once we're through reporting season with on our regulatory side, on our environmental compliance side. So hopefully we'll see that early part of this year. The other part is sort of the other work in progress with our Josh committee is basically working on comprehensive hazard assessments for all departments. I know that work is ongoing, as well as updating safe job procedures and work safe practices throughout all the departments. So that work is in progress with our committees. And then the other one, the operations manual. So this is basically just an update of all of our operations maintenance manuals for all of our water and wastewater treatment facilities. For that, we actually have been making some good progress on that. We have 3 of the plants manuals are complete. The updates are complete. 2 more that are basically 75% or more complete, and with the other 2 or 3 on the wastewater side that they've been at least started, and I think one is at 50%. And the team has had to shift gears to focus on getting the water utility ones, start working on them, just because of an ask of Nova Scotia Environment through their just regular process. So we've started work on those. One of those manuals will be complete basically before the week's out, and then basically we can take that template and turn around and get the other 2 that we need to get done in relatively short order after that. So we're sort of targeting, I think, generally towards the end of the year, just based on workload right at the moment, but I suspect probably a little bit earlier. But certainly this first round of updates, I fully expect will be done this year. And then, of course, these are living documents as regulatory and best practices evolve, and that work will just be an ongoing process. And then this one again, this project 2. So this one's a little bit more specific to the actual charging, actually with the actual EV fleet charging stations project. So as I mentioned in my earlier comments, we're nearing completion of basically the design part and actually be ready to issue a tender once budgets and that get approved within the coming next couple of months, obviously subject to budget approval, but and then with the idea, with the plan to be able to start construction this year and be able to complete by next year as well. And as noted, we've received funding through the province and the Green Municipal Fund to feasibility study and also for the design work. And for the EPW Operations Center, we're showing 95 simply because it's complete. We're just working through the deficiency list, but we are in the building and it is operating right at the moment. And so far, the output from our solar array has been promising. I think as we reported September was basically we were operating solely on the solar panel that our bill only reflected administrative fees, and then I think we have some reporting to do with the Green Municipal Fund on sort of the overall performance of the solar array to this point, and we'll certainly keep monitoring, make sure the performance is keeping up. But yeah, I think with that, so asset management plans, so these are basically just, this one's mainly to deal with developing primary asset management plans for all of our major asset classes. So that work is in progress. Excuse me. We have the main template set up. It's a matter of finding resourcing and time to input all the information to go into those reports, which is, although largely EPW, that does pull from other staff in our departments as well. So we are moving forward with that. With the J-Class program asset management plan, I think we've had a number of presentations with the province, as council may be aware. Recall, I think we're attempting another approach with them before too long to see if they can, if we can convince the province to go in on a joint asset management plan and program to go forward with that. The infrastructure expansion papers, this one's just to create basically a discussion paper for council's consideration and discussion of how we handle expansions of municipal infrastructure into undeveloped areas in the future. At this point, it's been mainly following a user pay, and there's been the odd ad hoc request from that, but now with changes to the MPS and LUB, with growth centers, greater emphasis on that, it'll be worthwhile to have a discussion on how we wish to handle further requests and how to, and given some of the initiatives initiated through the housing work, how we want to consider future expansions if we want to get, I'd say, a little bit more ahead of certain developments. So that hopefully we will have, and it will pick that back up again. Hopefully we'll have that in the near future for council's consideration. And I think with that, that's...
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, I just have one ahead of you, Councillor, and then I'll come to you.
Sure.
Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Scott. Scott, I've been getting a lot of inquiries as to the, I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up, but regarding the Halls Harbor Water Co-op situation and where that's heading. I think we've talked about that, and just wondering if there's any new updates that I could pass along.
I think through you, Chair, to Councillor Kilm, maybe we can have a discussion separately, but I'd say very shortly the study that has been commissioned is basically done. So it'll be a question of meeting with the co-op board to plot out next steps at how to advance beyond.
Okay. Yeah, there's comments regarding vacation rentals and B&Bs that are going on up there as to the concerns as to water supply. As everybody knows we get anywhere from 50 to 80,000 people there every year, and it's a big draw for Kings County. And just wanted to mention those things. Hopefully, something will happen soon. The other question I had, we've had several, I guess anywhere from 3 to 5 floods that aren't pertain to the Bay of Fundy. They're flooding of water coming through the ravines and flooding over the roads in Halls Harbor. And I'm wondering, down in the harbor, I'm wondering if that National Flood Mitigation Plan would be worthy of an application to fix the sluice gate. That's one of the problems that's causing the flooding. I know it's probably a federal and provincial thing, but
somewhat, I think that would be something we'd have to take a look at, but conceivably, I'd have to look at the program parameters again, but.
okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Windsor?
Thank you. And Scott, could you just go back to that slide that you just finished off on? Yeah, thank you. Just with respect to our asset management system, and I know there's getting a system in place and getting it totally functional is kind of two different things. How are we progressing with loading all of the assets into that system? Are we getting close to, so that we can say, you know, we've got an asset management system and we can do this report or that report or whatever, because we now have the system and we have the assets all entered in the system? Where are we on that?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Windsor, I think I go back to Director Barr's prior remarks in terms of software, is that most of that information is, I think, largely uploaded, but we're going through basically the final testing and troubleshooting with that software to ensure it's functioning properly.
So part of that, we have that data elsewhere and it's being loaded into the new system. Is that what you're saying there?
Yes, if not, I think the bulk of that's already largely in. I think it's a matter of we're basically debugging, I'll say for lack of a better term at the moment, to make sure that it's fully functional as promised. So.
Okay. And then do you have a process of doing the condition reports? And I know that's not annual, that's a cyclical thing that you've got to work because of the magnitude of the assets that we have. Do we have a program like that so that we're continuously doing condition reports so that the system is updated based on the current status of the assets?
Yes, we've been trying to. Yes, we have been working on work to update our system. It's been a little challenging last year just with certain staff turnover with that, but there certainly has been progress, and I think we are. I think in the upcoming budget we do have a proposal in there to basically do a sort of treat this coming year as a sort of a catch-up year to make sure we get our baseline solidified. But yes, the condition program is certainly ongoing.
And Scott, just maybe this is just a comment on the infrastructure expansion cost recovery discussion paper. This is of interest to me because that becomes, well, I guess maybe I'm in my district, I'm kind of in the midst of it as we talk about New Minas and what may happen here, and certainly across the highway from south of 101. And the question that certainly has been in my mind a lot as we've come through the last year or two is, where do the county's responsibility end, and where do the village, in particular where we have villages, where do the village's responsibility pick up? There's that, as well as, of course, the developers that we may want to put some onus on. And it's in my mind a bit, and how do we deal with it? And I hope that it gets consideration in this paper, Scott, because the responsibility for planning is not it's one that hasn't been given to the villages, and yet we expect them to be responsible for their water and sewer. And so somehow in the discussion, that has to come through so that, and we obviously then we retain the tax. We have the tax for the planning function. So in that discussion paper, I hope that gets some exploration, Scott, just for your heads up, and I shouldn't say a concern, but a question, because we have nothing on the table right now to agree or disagree with. But I just hope that gets a fulsome consideration in that process. And we know the limitations of villages, and they impose a tax rate for the limited functions that they have under their establishment policy, MGA, whatever. So that's something that's been in my mind a lot as we've talked, and I've not put it in those terms with the CAO, although we've talked about some of the projects that fall out of the work that we've done with the planning strategy, sector plan. But that is something that I see factors into whatever we come up as, certainly the discussion paper and then the decisions that we make subsequent to that. And that's just a comment, Scott. You don't have to respond to it right now. I just wanted to. It's been in the back of my mind. It's been churning for some time, so I just thought I'd make the comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and we've heard those comments. Do you have anything further,
No.
Mr. Quinn?
No, I think that's...
Are there any questions for Mr. Quinn from any other councillor? No? Thank you then, sir. Who's following you? It looks like the Deputy CAO is on his way. Mr. Frost, welcome. When you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, committee.
Come here. I just need to show you one thing.
Sorry, just get organized here. So first of all, I'll start with the completed KPIs that are under my own responsibility. So the first one is the Regional Recreation Complex Phase 1. So as you know, we've met in camera to receive a report that had location information, where we have a special council next week to publicly receive the public report, and then we'll be moving on to the next phase of the project. The other one that's complete is internal and external communication strategy. So again, with our communications staff now in place, we've brought the communication strategy to council in the last calendar year, and that's being acted upon. Moving on to the manager of community development and completed plans. So again, community development takes in diversity work as well as recreation work, and you can see that the completed projects here are the active transportation plan, which was approved by council last calendar year, and the active transportation plan implementation policy, which again dictates what the next phases of our active transportation plan will be focused upon. And moving on to the manager of human resources. So the two that have been completed in this area are the employee handbook, and you'll note that these don't fall under the strategic plan projects, but are considered to be other KPIs. So we've developed, Kathy has developed an employee handbook that now gets continually updated. It has all our HR-related policies, procedures, that type of thing. And then we've also done some recruitment process standard operating procedures to improve upon that process due to the labor market. I'll now move on to the in-progress projects. So equity, diversity, and inclusion training and improvements for all staff and council. We did talk to council about this a number of months ago now. So again, there's just training that we want to bring forth for all staff and council. And that work will be ongoing and will likely always be ongoing, but we have started down that road. Fire service funding review, we've been talking about this one for a number of years now. And of course, we have not got to a completion stage. We are now working, we focused a little bit more on the policy side so that we can develop a policy that will relate to fire service funding. And again, that will be hopefully completed this calendar year. Permitting and inspection review is something that we added late last calendar year. We currently are in the process with a consultant, KPMG, which we'll talk a little bit later today. They're doing a great job of reviewing our processes in this area. We've received the draft interim report, and we'll be receiving the final report by the end of March.
May I interject a question, Mr. Chair of Rob?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Just back to on the diversity and inclusion. Yeah, I remember last year we've approved 2 positions now. Do we have a full staff complement in that area?
We do, yes.
And we approved consulting funds last year to do some work. Did we get to that last year? Or in this past year, current fiscal year?
I'm not sure. Are you talking about the strategy for belonging, Councillor Windsor?
Yeah, we approved some funding to do certain things, some consulting funding.
I'm not exactly sure if you're referring to the strategy for belonging, and that's been the strategy.
Yeah, it was subject to the strategy was complete, but we improved some consulting funding, which to do some further work on implementation.
I'll have to touch base with you on that one, Councillor Windsor, because I'm not sure which funding you're referring to.
Yeah, no, there was a specific consultant funding approved. Okay, can you move forward again on with your slide? Let's see. Fire services funding. The position that we referred to earlier, emergency management position, if I got that right, this fire services responsibility would come under that position in the future going forward?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Windsor, there hasn't been any discussion about that position that I know of to date, other than in passing.
But we've got it in there as a position, right? Or, okay. Okay, I thought there was some discussion earlier. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions arising from Councillor Windsor's questions? No? Go ahead, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the last one that is in progress, which again will always be in progress, is our relationships and community partnerships with the First Nation communities in Kings County, so Annapolis Valley First Nation and Glooscap First Nation. So just a quick update on this. I mean, we continue to do lots of work with both communities and have good partnerships on a number of projects. Moving on to in progress for the Manager of Community Development. So the implementation for the strategy for belonging, and this one should be a little bit more than 0%. So basically, as you know, the strategy for belonging was approved last year, and now the implementation plan has been also approved, which has probably been about 6 months ago that was approved. And with the staff now in place, which both diversity specialists started earlier this calendar year, certainly they've made some good headway already on the implementation plan for the strategy for belonging. So this has probably ticked along a little bit. The recreation service review, that's under the proposed, which we'll talk about later. And the commencement of the strategy for belonging. So again, we kind of had different titles here. We had the strategy for belonging and the commencement of strategy for belonging, so we've cleaned up some titles there. But basically, we're in the implementation stage. And the manager of human resources currently in progress. Performance management training, so this is something that has been on our list for a little while now. And we've certainly made some headway, but with some staffing changes and concerns, we've had there's been some delays in this particular area. Again, something that will be an ongoing project, probably forever, but that's where that one is. Any questions, Mr. Mayor?
Questions from council? You want to expand, perhaps as much for the purposes of people who might be listening online, performance management training implies what?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. So we've developed kind of an in-house performance management system for all staff, and basically included in that needs to be some training mainly for management as to how to implement that and how best to facilitate ensuring the training is happening on using our resources to the most efficient ways possible.
Okay, thank you. No other questions? So that's it for the deputy CAO, and now the CAO is coming to the podium. Mr. Conrad, when you're ready, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm starting, I'm in the stead of Director Javrick here to start with, and her managers. So under the first one for the director as coastal protection regulations. And so this is a new piece of legislation in the province. And excuse me one second here while I get myself oriented. So it's a new piece of legislation for the province that is really not enacted yet because it's awaiting for regulations to be enacted. So our director has been participating on a provincial working group and has certainly submitted, I believe, 2 sets of recommendations for the working group's consideration. I happen to see one piece of correspondence, so she's been very thorough and has a lot of thought-provoking information as the province is developing their regulations. In terms of, and I will only hit the ones that are perhaps a little less known to you folks. So for example, you're fully aware of Mr. Brown's work in the accessibility plan, and with the fact that we have a coordinator in place and that we met our statutory hurdle of March 31st of last year. So we're now, as you'll see coming up, we're now in the midst of developing an implementation plan to roll out the accessibility plan. In terms of the manager of planning, who's with us here today as well, hers are, there's none complete, all are in progress, and you'll see why here in a second. I think you're going to see a lot of these fully clicked off here in the not too distant future. So an in-house, so there's 4 here that I'm showing on the screen at present. So the first one, and I'll differentiate between whether they're being done in-house or whether they're being done in-house with some assistance from external consulting. So the amendments to the land use bylaw to incorporate accessory dwelling units is, I would phrase it that the bulk of the work of that is now complete, and it's in the sort of the approval stage. So it's working its way through the land use planning document approval process. Inclusionary zoning and density bonusing. I did read last week, and we had an internal staff meeting, so that was an external consultant that worked with our internal people. and there's a draft plan that's been produced on inclusionary zoning and density bonusing. So both of those top ones you're going to see come to council in the not too distant future. The Numina secondary plan won't go into detail there. You just dealt with that at your last meeting. As you are aware that there has been an external consultant that assisted our internal staff on developing a secondary plan for the growth center of New Minas, which dealt with a bunch of a significant number of background studies that informed the secondary plan and will also be of use to the village in their asset management. And so that's working its way through its approval process. And rezoning D&D land in Greenwood. So that, I'll mention that coming up here in another area, but that is Clements Park area. So the intent was that when and if D&D divest themselves of that property, it'll already be pre-zoned, that we won't be slowing it down. So it's trying to stay ahead of the curve. So we have a couple others here. First Nation zoning is yet to come up, as is off-site signage and planning policies. I believe there are 3 planning policies, and those are in the midst of review. So if there's, those were, I can go back now to the ones that are in progress with the director. So we have an open space master plan, and so basically where we are in that KPI is Trish has started some deed reviews on parcel identification. We're looking at sort of the genesis or the history of the parcels, how the land was acquired. So there's some title search going on. So we have inventory spreadsheets that have been created, and we're probably about 25% through of that. So this is intertwined with the subdivision bylaw review, the municipal specs that Director Quinn talked about, and accessibility. So there's a whole bunch of interrelated things that have to happen. And the intent here, of course, is, as you laid out for us, is to develop an open space master plan for the municipality. So that's in the works, but yet to come. And the subdivision bylaw has previously been discussed. It's now under review with the terms of reference being developed by Quinn and Javerick to have some consulting assistance here twinned up with the municipal specifications manual, because the two are so intertwined, can't do one without the other. In terms of Mr. Brown, we have one that's in progress, and one of his KPIs relates to linkages to the Summary Proceedings Act, which basically means that the province has a Summary Proceedings Act that has regulations to it, and we can list our bylaws, our penalties under those bylaws as schedules in those regulations, and it's a means that you can expedite prosecution, as opposed to what they refer to as a long-form information going through court, that you could issue a summary offense ticket, similar to what you get if you have a traffic violation. So we're doing an internal review on that. Our solicitor's also working on that. And we know from experience that when we're ready, it typically takes the Department of Justice of the province about a year to get that through and listed as a schedule to those regulations. So once we're complete, I'm sure that Mr. Brown will be working more with the RCMP just as a public education or as a stakeholder education piece, saying these things are available to you should you wish to prosecute under what would now be a linked offense to the summary under the Summary Proceedings Act. So that's, I believe, planning and inspection. Any questions that Ms. Javerick can answer for you now?
Does anyone have?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask a question.
Go ahead,
when I'm
Councillor.
in line. Okay, just one, we have a consultant engaged on reviewing of our development permitting processes. Where does that fit into the game, and what is the status of that? And who is administering that project?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor to you, it's being administered mainly by the Deputy CAO, The firm is KPMG, and they, as of last week, have filed a draft report. And so in that draft report, one of their initial steps, a couple of the initial steps, were to develop process maps of every type of permit that we issue in the organization, who touches what when, and also to interview everyone who is involved in that process, for their making sure that they understand the current process, but to also glean if there's any improvements that staff see that could be introduced. So I expect that report will eventually make its way to council not eventually, it will be in front of council in the not too distant future.
Just on that, was there any intentions for consultations with councillors on that particular issue? I don't recall being approached on that project at all.
There was, I guess there was not at this point, but that definitely will be part of the presentation of that report, Councillor.
Yeah, I would have thought the consultant would have engaged councillors who's had the issues and have brought them forward many, many times. I would have hoped that was part of in the front end of the process to help focus where the consultant was going. Sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, so I guess I'm disappointed if we're at a draft report and we haven't done that. Just maybe something that came up earlier that I forgot to ask if it was going to the solar power project in the Greenwich area, or sorry, the Greenwood area. Any status on that?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not following your question. Solar in the Greenwich area?
So Greenwood.
So Director Barr had responded that we're awaiting on D&D feedback on mitigation of impacts on radar, but that's a wind project, not solar.
Oh, sorry, wind. Yeah, sorry, wind. Yes. So is there any indications of forward movement here?
So as Director Barr indicated, we await response from D&D, and now we've started our own internal parallel process of looking at alternative sites.
Alternative to that southwest quadrant?
Correct.
That's a big deal.
That is. It's very preliminary. It's again, as Director Barr indicated, it's preliminary. GIS is developing some notions around this, and it would be, that whole process would be fully publicly vetted for sure.
That's a big deal. And I guess one other one, which I don't know how much you can answer, is the Greenwich Fire Services, Greenwich Wolfville Fire Services, and where we're going to end up with that and what the way forward may be.
That's still an in-camera type issue, is it not? It's been it's still in, it has not exited the mediation arbitration phase, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the CAO or Ms. Javrik? Seeing none, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to the CAO's office, so this encompasses myself and the municipal clerk, our KPIs are all in progress. And so to give you an overview of the municipal clerk, there is one that perhaps you may recall from the session that we had earlier on in your mandate. I wouldn't characterize the first one on the screen here as candidate and election worker. RCMP training is something that's flagrant, that's something that's ongoing, but there can or there have been minor instances, and this came out of our debriefing at the last general municipal election, that it would be a good idea to number one, encourage the province to do something province-wide about how either a candidate or a municipal election worker engages the RCMP, because the Municipal Elections Act is a provincial statute, so I'm talking about rural jurisdictions in this particular case in terms of the RCMP. So there would be a training package that's to be developed, but of course we're we have a bit of time before the next general election to do that. The meeting management software is, you may know or may recall that we have a series of internal software pieces that it's not fully seamless in terms of how Ms. Postema puts the monthly packages together, which you know a lot of times exceed 100 pages, and then they get fully searchable and put on our website. So we have met with external providers, not unlike what the mayor is questioning about asset management and accounting software, or whether we do something in-house or whether we go something commercially off the shelf. So that's still being investigated. So that's a work in progress. Records management, you've recently dealt with part of that, so I won't go into a lot of detail there. You will recall that we did resource up, and we now have a records management specialist. We have selected software that's now in place, and we have a policy in place, and now we're working on a framework in terms of how you input materials into that system. So that's about 50% complete. You are, I think, fully aware of the study of polling districts, so I can't quote you the exact date. We do have a hearing date. It'll be in this building in April to appear before the Utility and Review Board to present the council-approved application to the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board. And the last one, a little bit more detail on this that may not come top of mind quickly. There is a new Traffic Safety Act. I think, I could stand to be corrected, but I think it's somewhat similar to the Coastal Protection Act, where it's out there, but it's awaiting its regulations to come into force. And it basically, they split the Motor Vehicle Act into two parts. So now parts that, I guess, signs, signals, and crossings, I think, and other things are now in the Traffic Safety Act. And we think there are implications about how we appoint groups, whether it's a school association or the school itself or a village or a town, how we're involved with crossing guards. So we want to make sure that our procedures and our policy is on side with the new regulations that once they're in force. So that will require some legal advice and perhaps some updating of a policy. In terms of my projects, so this is one that Councillor Windsor was just referencing, the solar power project in Meadowview. And to refresh, we did hire an external subject matter expert who has designed and constructed for others, and who has designed and constructed and operates for their own firm. So it's Natural Forces Solar. They did, in my opinion, a very robust and thorough two-part study for us. And it's a little complicated when you're trying to produce power, because power is it operates within a regulated industry. And we are not a municipal utility, so we can't just do it. So we need a pathway to a power purchase agreement. And the pathway to a power purchase agreement is yet my third example here this morning of us awaiting for provincial regulation. So the province amended the Municipal Electricity Act, and now we're waiting for regulations that come into force that will relate to community solar, and we're hoping that that will create a pathway to a power purchase agreement for the Meadowview project. So once that pathway is completed, then we will be able to hopefully operationalize this thorough business plan. And when I say business plan, it has taken it up to a design review level of electrical drawings, equipment specifications. It's now at a 50% design issue for review level. So we're about as shovel ready as we can be, or at least as much as where we want to be, in advance of waiting for a power purchase agreement. Obviously, another important step will be to do community consultation in that community about that plan, to make sure that we're in keeping with the wishes of the community. We have been developing this plan, as you are aware, in lockstep with the two First Nations. So it's a partnership of the two First Nations and the municipality, and it's a fairly significant project. The total capital is a little north of $17 million. So at this point in time, that project is where I've been focusing on is trying to urge the province and trying to hopefully shape the province with the regulations coming out that this project would be hopefully eligible under those regulations. We can't do anything until we have a power purchase agreement. Power purchase agreement has to show that we can make sufficient money to retire our capital and hopefully generate a profit. Municipal shared services is another one that's in progress. That is, I would say, probably a little behind here in terms of the 70%. I'm just trying to bring up a notes page here. So to refresh memory here, we started off by forming a committee of the mayors of Kings County, and at times it's been joined by mayors outside of Kings County in terms of Annapolis County and the warden of Annapolis County. So one of the first steps that we produced for that working group was a discussion paper on how you can share municipal services. There are various models. We then brought in people that operate under those models to provide background to that committee of how those other models might be working in their jurisdictions. We engaged a solicitor because all of these IMSA or intermunicipal service agreements are enacted or enabled under Section 60 of the Municipal Government Act, but they can be very similar, and we have quite a few of them. So the thought was, let's get some boilerplate generated by a solicitor that when we're rewriting, we can do it sort of more of an omnibus. We can rewrite a bunch of them at once, as opposed to having one look slightly different than the next one. We then proceeded directly through our office here. We prepared a regional emergency management organization, IMSA, and we executed that among the municipal units in Kings County. We then had to develop an emergency management common bylaw that was enacted by all the municipal units in Kings County. We developed and enacted a replacement solid waste bylaw for the municipal owners of Valley Waste. We're involved in a 24-month pilot intermunicipal service agreement among the parties who are owners to the Valley Waste and Kings Transit. So the municipal units that are the owners there are participating, as you know, in a 24-month pilot. And we're looking, we've engaged some consulting assistance to help us with that. One of the larger components is there's provincial, federal, and municipal funds that total about $13 million for greening of Kings Transit. So we're doing a series, I believe, of hopefully 7 studies to make sure that that capital spend is most efficiently put in place. So what type of vehicles do you need? What's the effective routes? How do you market the system? All of those types of things. We've had to make, I wouldn't even want to make a guess, but we've made countless presentations to various bodies, including the County of Annapolis and the Municipality District of Digby, and provincial officials on trying to position ourselves for that $13 million in transit funding. As you recall, we have developed and presented a diversity-related IMSA. Unfortunately, we do not have a partner with that. So the ones that are in progress is the Valley Regional Enterprise IMSA, which is the next step is for it to go back out to that working group of mayors, which will happen very shortly. So I anticipate that will be back in front of council very soon. We also have a notion here of a regional climate change IMSA. Now, the town of Wolfville has offered to be the lead on that. We're waiting for that. So that's basically where we are. There's the Valley Regional Enterprise to come back in short order, and but the potential for a regional climate change IMSA to come back. But basically everything before that is now complete in that endeavor.
Just have a question here, if we might, at this stage. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just backing it up one item back to the solar project.
Sure.
You said near the end, and I think I know the answer to this question, but I just want you to elaborate a tiny bit, maybe for the benefit of the public or for me. You noted that with the new power purchase agreement, we would hope to generate sufficient revenue to retire our assets at some point, right? So we would have the power purchase agreement, and that would enable us to potentially make a profit and or have enough saved to retire the asset at the end. Is the profit piece of that a make or break piece of the entire project? and I guess I'm at, and this might be a conversation for another day, but I'm just thinking about, like, if the power purchase agreement wasn't sufficient so that the municipality could generate some revenue, to put into general operations, would that be a reason to push back and look for a different power purchase agreement, to put the project on hold, or to not pursue the project?
That's an interesting question. Part of our brief, so we've had briefings with the deputy minister and directors and managers at the provincial government level, and we had the advantage of having a very seasoned consultant working with us who is operating these things and has also operated and constructed or has designed and constructed and operates large wind farms as well. So he knows the margins in the industry very well, and we've been trying to say that it's one of these things that's influenced by scale. So when we're talking about the Meadowview project, it would be a significant. We're talking probably in the area of 7 megawatts. So this is a significant scale, and part of it is you need that scale of economy to turn a profit. You need that scale of economy that your capex comes down, your capital cost comes down because you're buying in bulk, for example. It's one of those things where, it's not, in my mind, it's not good enough just to break even. It should be generating a profit. I mean, there's two main hurdles. Reduce your GHG footprint. That's ultimately what we're trying to do. And the second thing is to make a reasonable return on that rate base, because there's things like having to decommission, replace panels. There's a degradation factor in panels. So he's done a marvelous job. I don't often say this, but the proposal that we received, I think, was top-notch. And we've used that to try to leverage the province in hopefully enacting regulations that will see projects like this type of scale, that will make sure that they're sustainable and have a significant impact on GHG footprint. So that's what we're trying to do. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. It does. It very much does. And, because I'm just thinking about, like, wanting to cover, of course, our time and, like, your time and all the time that this organization has put into the planning and the discussion of this type of project, hopefully, but, to sort of not level the playing field, because we probably never will, as long as we have municipally owned electric utilities and municipalities that don't own their own electric utility. But to try and close that gap a tiny bit between municipalities' capacities to generate revenue to offset, tax base. So anyway, I think that's an integral part of it, and I've waffled back and forth on that a couple times about the generating profit. Is that necessary? And I ultimately just do believe that it is, but thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions for the presenter on these issues? No? Okay, sir. There's probably going to come a time when one of or more of the councillors look at me and say we need a 10-minute break. And perhaps while we've lost the attention of the presenters, we can make a decision that we're going to have a 10-minute break.
I was actually ready. Okay. Thank you.
All right. We are adjourned for 10 minutes. break. I can say for the purposes of the record that the deputy mayor's had to step out to attend another brief meeting, which she will return. But we still have a quorum with Councillor Windsor with us. So I'd like to turn it back to the CAO to carry on with his presentation. Let me get your light, sir. I'm finding that my system's not very sensitive. Could you turn, there you go. Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as Director Barr indicated earlier this morning, we've just reviewed the strategic projects that have key performance indicators. There are other strategic projects that do not have KPIs, and that's what I'm about to review now. And the reason is that some of them are just ongoing in nature, such as advocacy issues or areas, and there's also some that have some timing things that are related to project implementation. And I would say at the outset of this presentation that I would welcome your input here, because for purposes of the public record, it would be good to capture any of the direct involvement council may have had on some of these projects. So this is what we're sort of gleaning from our involvement or from what we see to be on record here at the municipality, but we're not sure entirely about your work in the constituency areas. So I explained the overview. In terms of strong communities, there are three under advocacy: improvement of cellular coverage, improve access to affordable housing, and improve provincial road maintenance. And I'll just hit a couple of these. Records indicate here that we have issued letters of support for East Dalhousie with cellular, and I'm probably migrating into the afternoon section here a bit, but so we don't lose sight of it. Our manager of IT, as was indicated earlier this morning, has completed the build-out, and now that that is complete, he will be reaching out to cellular providers to advocate with them to see if they have any interest in making use of our VCFN infrastructure that could support their services. So we would then have cellular service. There's towers. You have to light the towers. We have some of those arrangements pre-existing in the more populated areas with the VCFN, but now that we're in more of the sparsely populated with a backbone fiber network out there, that may be of interest to cellular providers. In terms of affordable housing, what have our initiatives been since we last spoke about this? Participation in housing forums. So there was a couple of those. Letters of support were issued to the Nova Scotia Minister of Housing and MLAs on specific projects. There's been direct correspondence and meetings regarding Clements Park divestment with the Department of National Defence. We had organized and provided a briefing to the federal MP on Clements Park. And more recently, we worked in tandem with the villages that own their own infrastructure and our infrastructure and made applications under the ICIP program. So that's the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, ICIP. And as you recall, in December, we did have our first approval that the combination of all levels of government is about $8 million in funding that deals with, in large part, with municipal sewer that is throughout the county, and then stuff that's specific to Canning. So right now, we still have applications that are outstanding in Kingston, New Minas, and Port Williams. So we have yet to hear on those. In terms of the provincial road maintenance, numerous letters and meetings regarding J-class improvements and maintenance have happened. I think very recently, Councillor Windsor had organized a meeting with the new district manager of Nova Scotia Public Works, and we had briefed him on our aspirations to enter into a joint endeavor on J-class roads. So he is now briefed, and as Director Quinn mentioned earlier this morning, our intent is to follow up with the two deputy ministers of Public Works and Nova Scotia Municipal Affairs and Housing to reintroduce our proposal. In terms of environmental stewardship, you can see here that there are, 5 areas that were listed in the strategic plan. In terms of improved water quality and protection, so we facilitated, as Councillor Killam asked earlier today, a provincial capital assistance program funding application for the water cooperative in Halls Harbor, and that so the cooperative has engaged a consultant, and we've been participating in that process with them, and as my understanding, that report is very near completion. Canning, Port Williams, Kingston, and New Minas water-related ICIP applications have been filed. So we're saying that's part of our response under environmental stewardship for improved water quality and protection. Under friendly forestry practice, the mayor had sent correspondence to the provincial minister on aerial spraying, and a number of the councillors, I believe the deputy mayor, Councillor Killam, the mayor, and perhaps Councillor Armstrong carried that message through to the NSFM meeting on spraying. In terms of dike protection and improvement, the mayor and I attended 2 provincial meetings on a larger scale provincial dike that's a tough one, remediation plan that is ongoing, that relates to the dikes that are registered under the under Nova Scotia legislation. We applied for, in 21, what's called a FRIP application. It's an interesting acronym. I wish I could remember what it stands for, Flood Risk Something Program. So in that one, I believe we worked with the village of Port Williams on that, and we were successful in obtaining some money, if my understanding is correct, and municipal council put some money in that. So basically, there's now an updated study on dikes in the village of Fort Williams. So that's part of an advocacy role in that area. We applied, it's interesting this would come up, another Councillor Kilm question here this morning. We did apply in 2021 under the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Program for Fort Williams, but we were denied. And there's an upcoming application very shortly in March. And I think I don't think Director Quinn had indicated to you that he had to check the program criteria. I know one of the program criteria relates to land ownership, so you have to own the land, so I'm not sure if this would be a provincial application or whether this would be something that could be championed by the municipality, but something we will take away from this meeting and look at. We would be, we do have staff now working on an internal application here for what we call infrastructure at risk in floodplains from our perspective for the municipality on that. Environmentally farming practices, that was a little bit more difficult for us to come forward and say, what have we done? We have a somewhat limited response, and we're suggesting that we've processed 3 new farm dwelling agreements that would slot in under environmentally farming practices. Alternative energy generation, so this whole thing is advocacy, so it's not our projects, it's advocating on behalf of someone else. So we were fortunate to have the opportunity to support the Annapolis Valley First Nation in their solar expansion application, which we did. In terms of seem to be out of sync here somehow. Good governance, communications. You can see that there's, under that main category, there are 3 bullets. So in general, you have approved a communication strategy. We now have what's referred to in the biz, I guess, as an opt-in email newsletter blast that we do, and it's picking up, there's some traction with that. It's doing well. In terms of school engagement, I'm aware that the mayor and deputy mayor have issued correspondence and made presentations. For example, there was a brownie group that the deputy mayor was involved in, and there was correspondence back and forth to council. There were staff-led classroom sessions in primary and secondary schools and at Acadia University since you've been last updated. In terms of the municipal brand is another one that we're suggesting here. Letterhead brand provided throughout our organization is now in place. The branding of vehicles is ongoing as new vehicles are being purchased. The municipal signage, you will see that there, and again, I might be sort of crossing into the afternoon session, but there's a specific capital budget sheet that's been developed for your consideration on municipal signage that would incorporate the new brand starting next year. In terms of the strategic plan progress, I think Director Barr did hit that, but of course we have the strategy in a flip book, what's referred to as a flip book format on our website, and we have a dashboard that you were witnessing earlier here today, that's going to be augmented and released on our website as well. That will give more granular information to constituents. Process improvement under good governance. You can see the main categories. There's 3 of them with 3 subsets. And we're suggesting here that our role in this is related to a review and update of the, will be related to a review and update of the engagement strategy. There's been some public discourse on that in the recent past. So some of our plans related to that would involve what we're referring to here as MPS or planning related bulletins. And it's trying to get information together that's more easily digestible by the general public. And I'm looking at Councillor Granger when I'm saying this because we did a joint exercise between Christmas and New Year's, and I wouldn't give, speaking for myself, wouldn't give myself an A on that effort because it's still too long, but the objective was to try to explain to a group of citizens what they could or could not do on A1 and A2 land without having to read a couple hundred pages. And I'm embellishing on a couple hundred pages, but it's so when you come in, there would be online, or when you come into the office, there would be more communications tools available for engagement that relate to the MPS and planning. So a couple of those again relate to how developing on agricultural land. Preparing for an appeal is another one. So that would relate perhaps to regulation or our bylaw, or whether it's code driven. If it's a building permit type of thing, so the Building Advisory Council that Mr. Brown often facilitates on our behalf, or whether you're appealing to the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board. So someone is going down that process. We're not talking about specific cases, but we thought that's an area could use might benefit from having a generic bulletin produced. What are the typical things you have to have? How do you prepare? What is expected? There might also be a bulletin on reworking of the statutory advertisements. So in terms of readability, we publish a lot of what are legislated advertisements, but can we make those more easily understood by the general public, more common language? We also think there's some existing tools that we could be promoting better. So in the MGA itself, it has various process charts that take you through an application or approval process. So if you're applying to do a plan of subdivision, if you're applying for a development permit, if you're working through a site plan, what is, instead of reading it, it's a graphical representation of the steps that are to be undertaken. So we'd like to clean up those provincial things. They're now like in the mid-90s, and while we have as photocopies, but we could make those a bit more visual and make those available to the public. And we also have, of course, already a series of general information pamphlets that we think we could update. The last couple in that area is thinking about a bulletin of what is under the purview of the province and what is under our purview as a municipality relative to building and planning matters. And the last one we were thinking about, and we welcome your input this afternoon on any others, but is just having a bulletin that's produced on the intent of our planning documents. So what's the purpose of a growth center? Why have we identified growth centers as one example? So updated planning section about to go live. So there has been quite a bit of work. I did have a look at it. So this is going to certainly put a lot more information on our website that will be available for public review. And we've also committed to a meeting with developers. And in part, the meeting with developers that we will have will involve the review of some of the KPMG recommendations. So the consultation is ongoing with respect to that. But we do want to get on with the implementation of some of those recommendations. As I often state to council, we are at record levels of development. So it's just how we once have undertaken business is not the same today as what it once was. And as I started off the presentation with, here is the engagement strategy to be developed and presented to our council for approval. So we now have new staff in place, and they will take some training and engagement, and that will be part of it. Again, I'm sort of mixing up apples and oranges here a little bit, but it's just to get you thinking about things for this afternoon in terms of those advocacy roles. another slide here in terms of good governance is structural reform. So in that regard, engage in regional governance discussions. So what have we done since we last spoke about structural municipal government reform? We've completed the service exchange and MGA review. The CERMGAR, as it's referred to, another acronym, that was circulated to us in the summer of 2022. We then had taken our response and we met with the village representatives in a joint 7-village municipal council meeting, as you recall, in the fall of 2022, late fall, November, I believe. So we've basically, you have put out your position on what your opinions are in terms of municipal reform. We've relayed to the province and that working group that they've formed, and we've also relayed that to the villages. In terms of financial sustainability, review of municipal revenue sources, so the main targets that we listed in the strategic plan, create infrastructure expansion cost recovery discussion paper, and review of taxation models and identify new or different approaches. Those things, as Director Quinn mostly covered this morning, those are things that in your 4-year term, we just haven't quite got there yet. There are things that have started, but of course, you have to spread things out in order to try to check all things off the list. So there is a quick recap of various initiatives, let's call them projects, that aren't key performance indicators. They're projects that are outside of that realm, but they're advocacy things. I can recall being in this very room and talking about things like forestry and how do we advocate for cellular service and those things. So what have we done on those areas? Again, I would urge, if you've done something that is not listed in that would be useful for us in terms of documenting this in our update when that goes live of our strategic plan. Things you may have undertaken in your own districts.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Are there, is that the end of your presentation?
It is.
Yes. Are there any questions of the CAO on his presentation? No, I see none, so Mr. Barr is going to go back and take the helm. Welcome back, Mr. Barr.
Track. We said that there was 68 KPIs that we needed to review before we got into the proposed ones later this morning. There was only 63 that would have been touched on in the presentations from all the directors and the deputy CAO and the CAO. So there's actually 5 additional ones that are suitable for in-camera discussion. So I would actually propose that this recommendation perhaps just hold off on this until after those 5 are discussed in camera, and then when we come into camera, can pass this recommendation and have further discussion if you wish.
All right, sir. Thank you. So the request for decision proposed strategic projects for 2023, is that what we're looking at now?
It is, correct.
All right.
Right. So this one is, so it's similar. We're going to provide a discussion around KPIs and proposed strategic projects for the last 2 years of the 4-year strategic plan. So this morning was about a briefing that kind of updated the progress on what we said we were going to do and what we've been working on. This is in addition to the ones that are moving forward into 23 and 24, new KPIs, 35 of them that we've been proposing to include. And so with this, you'll note, I'll talk about it as we get through it, but there's an appendix that kind of summarizes everything for inclusion in the strategic plan document for updating that. So the intent of this presentation is to provide Committee of the Whole with proposed strategic projects for their consideration and inclusion in an updated strategic project list within the 21-24 strategic plan. And this is just a recap of the same thing I discussed before, is that it's broken into 5, strategic plans broken into 5 KSPs, key strategic priorities and focus areas, and how important the KPIs are in terms of showing the continued progress towards completion of the strategic projects. So as I mentioned, there's 35 additional proposed KPIs. They're broken down into the 5 different KSP categories as shown on the screen, and 5 under other for a total of 35 of them. So what will be provided here is something very similar, is that the details for each KPI are identified in the link in the briefing. If you click on the filter for proposed, they'll show up as under the proposed section rather than the completed or in the progress like the ones that we just did. One thing I will kind of point out is that a number of these are ones that are already in progress. We've listed them as proposed for the purposes of being able to separate, these are new ones that council hasn't seen as a KPI or as a strategic project before. But a lot of them are things that you've already made decisions on or have seen would be underway. So you'll see they're not all at 0%. Some of them are 20% or 40% along because they've been undertaken and have been worked on. But in terms of being included as an official KPI, they're just proposed for the purpose of this presentation. So what you'll find in Appendix A is a new list. It's just set up into Excel, so it's not set up yet from a graphic designer point of view, where we took the original list that was proposed for the projects. I think it's in pages 12 to 17 of the strategic plan for years 21, 22, 23, and 24. We've now come up with a new proposed projects for 23 and 24, which use some of those items that hadn't been completed yet that we've kind of talked about earlier, and then added in new projects, new KPIs. So when you look at that Appendix A, you'll note that in the light green, there's new projects that are included in there that are proposed, that are coming from the KPIs that we're going to discuss. And then there's a couple or maybe 2 or 3 different focus areas as well to kind of capture some of the new projects. So that Appendix A kind of is a summary of what we would then take to like a graphic designer to have it formalized in the plan if approved by council. So what you'll have is very similar to what we just did, where you'd have each director come forward, the deputy CAO and the CAO, to provide kind of an overview of their proposed KPIs. And like I said, 35 of those, so we've allotted hopefully about 15 minutes per presenter for that. So keeping with the RFD, Alternatives Council can choose to not proceed with all the proposed KPIs or may add additional ones. And council may choose to modify the proposed strategic project list for 23 and 24 that's presented in Appendix A. From an implementation point of view, the graphic design would be completed on that document and included in 21-24 strategic plan as an update for the last 2 years of projects that will be undertaken. And then simply the KPIs that we're showing today that are listed as proposed would just get changed to in progress and included in future reports to council and be included on the dashboard that would be shown on our website. And so the recommendation following the presentations would be that Committee of the Whole recommend that Municipal Council approve those proposed strategic projects for 23 and 24 and the key performance indicators in the request for decision dated March 1st, 2023. So unless there's any questions, we'll kind of jump right into the same kind of presentation that we did previously.
I see no questions if you'd like to proceed.
All right, so similar to what we just did, this is going to be a review of all the items that are proposed for KPIs. And like I mentioned, a number of them are 0% completed. They are truly at a proposed stage. Some of them are underway somewhat. So for the finance and IT services, under myself as the director, I think there is 4 that are included in here. First one is an in-house water model. So quite simply, this is the creation of a water model that would allow us to do some in-house pro forma water rate modeling and use it in conformance with the handbook that's published by the NSUARB for our municipally owned water utilities or any affiliated ones, specifically with the villages. So thinking of Kingston, New Minas, being able to kind of help with some of that water modeling to create something that we could do internally to kind of help as part of those rate applications. Obviously hasn't started yet, but looking to have that completed by March 31st, 2024.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
Mr.
go ahead.
Chair? Yeah, so the water modeling, water modeling, it's about putting all the inputs into a model and seeing what our rates should be, that we should be charging our client. Is that what it's about in a nut?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Windsor. Yeah, essentially, it's about using the standard prescribed format from the UARB to put in all the variables associated with it and identify what a proposed water rate would be for utility. Certainly, you'd have to go through a more comprehensive actual rate study and have it submitted to UARB, but we're looking to create a model that will kind of help with some of those internal decisions, because there's a number of utilities that haven't been before the UARB for a number of years, so we want to help facilitate that.
Okay, thank you.
There's three others that are listed under me. So one is a new hire orientation onboarding. So this is working closely with HR, but the thought associated with these is specifically items related to completion of capital project sheets, presentations of briefings and RFDs to council, working with them on procurement being a big thing in terms of not only familiarity with our procurement process, but and the procurement policies, but development of NRFPs or tender documents. So looking to try and come up with an onboarding and orientation process for new hires to kind of help facilitate that side of it. Kind of focusing mostly on the financial side of things, but a few other areas as well. Another one is the salary and benefits review. So you'd be familiar with this, that it's underway and is looking to, it's marked red right now because the timeline was February 28th, 2023. We're expecting the final report from the consultants in the next week, hopefully this week. We've already seen a draft report, but we're looking to get the final report very soon. So that's one that's obviously been ongoing that council is aware of. And then the last one here is really coming out of the existing project list around advocacy related to Section 60 of the MGA. That specifically is in relation to enabling agreements with private sector interests. Think of like regional sewer and some of the issues associated with some of the contractual and partnership agreements that are in place there. Hoping to be able to see that broadened somewhat at the Municipal Government Act. So this was an advocacy one that we haven't really had an opportunity to kind of push that forward. So having it as a KPI to try and improve and formalize that advocacy in that regard, especially for advantages like regional sewer, is kind of the intent of adding this as a KPI. For some of the managers in the department, so I'll go with the manager of financial reporting first. Under good governance, there's one related to the consolidation of the budget and finance and audit committees. So as you recall, there was a motion from council around merging the two of those committees together. Just with timing on mostly the time of year with budgeting and year-end type stuff, we've had to push this out a little bit in terms of formalizing it, because the first thing to have happen is to do a similar type review of the audit committee terms of reference and then propose a revised merger of the two of them. So we decided to create this as a KPI, have it be included under the manager of financial reporting's responsibilities. Looking to have this done in the summertime this summer and formalize the consolidation of those two committees, but continuing for the time being a status quo with both of them. Two other areas under financial sustainability for the director or the manager of financial reporting is a financial policy refresh. That's very simply what it says is reviewing our financial policies, a number of ones that are dated, and trying to bring them in line with more present day circumstances and changes and enhancements where needed. There's been a number of policies that have been updated to date, and we've obviously got one in there around procurement policy specifically, but we want to give a good review to a number of the other financial policies as well. And then a very significant one that's eaten up a lot of time to date and will in the future for manager financial reporting is under the Public Sector Accounting Board Accounting Standard PS 3280. That's in relation to asset retirement obligations. So it's a requirement to have that in place for our fiscal year end for March 31st, 2023. So there's been a lot of work associated with that, and there's a draft ARO is the acronym for Asset Retirement Obligation Policy that's going to be coming in front of council at the March meeting. And that policy has already been reviewed by our municipal auditor. So Mike has been doing a lot of work on that front, and we'll have that policy in front of council next week. And as part of that, he's also been working on the asset scoping and evaluation of any kind of legal or regulatory or other obligations that are associated with what assets come into scope for that particular standard. So that's why that one has 10%. There's still a lot of work to do. Obviously, our year end is coming up, but we'll have it all finalized prior in the summertime so that in our audited statements it'll be properly reflected. And I believe that's the 3 related to the manager of financial reporting. For the manager of IT services, there's 1 new proposed, and it's a open data strategy. So it's really creating developing a new strategy to promote transparency and accountability through public information to information in accordance with the municipal values. So about creating a system and a strategy by which we can, as much as possible, provide open access to a number of the information and reports to make it easier for people that would be accessing that information. And then finally, under the manager of revenue services, I mentioned that there's a number of those for him. I think there's 5. So I'll try to go through these pretty quickly. Some of them relate to good governance and financial sustainability, and 1 relates to other. So first one is identifying alternative billing methods. So obviously, in 2023, there's a desire for different ways of receiving your tax bills and your water bills. We're going to explore what the options are for us to be able to do that, and also what we're allowed to do within the limitations of the MGA. So that's a project we'll be undertaking. Also, looking at reviewing the bylaw for private road maintenance. There's a need for, I guess, increased flexibility under that bylaw, because a number of the private road associations are really dealing with kind of longer-term major capital requirements. So we want to have a good look at that bylaw to make sure it's meeting the needs of those associations, and that we make any revisions to it as needed. So that review has already commenced and will continue. The Area Rate Commission review, looking to have that completed by the end of May this year, and that's really looking at the commissions that we charge on all area rates, whether it be work that we would do in relation to villages or fire rates, or there's a min fees associated with us undertaking all of the work associated with that, whether it be in private road associations, fire, recreation, that type of stuff. So we want to review the rate commissions for appropriateness to make sure that they represent the administrative fees that need to be charged associated with the creation of assessment rolls and the levying, collecting, and remitting of the area rates and whatnot to the various groups. So they're going to take a review of that for its appropriateness. The 3rd one is the investment policy review. So again, there's, we talked about how there's a financial policy refresh. This one's a little more significant, along with the procurement one, that it hasn't been looked at for approximately 9 years. And the policy is outdated, and certainly the financial landscape has changed quite a bit, especially in the more recent terms. So we'll be looking at reviewing that policy and bringing some recommendations to council to ensure that we're maximizing our investment revenue while maintaining, obviously, preserving capital as much as possible is one of the highlights. But that would be one of the highlights. But that would be part of that policy recommendation is what the principles are associated with it, and hopefully being able to modernize it a little bit more. And then last couple for the manager of revenue services, utility billing policy. So looking to reduce any delinquent accounts and streamline the administration process by creating a billing policy that will really provide a lot more clarity and guidance to employees and customers of the Greenwood Water Utility and any potential utilities in the future. And then under other is just a review of uncollectible accounts. So it's been a number of years since that's been done with the municipality. So Scott's looking to review things both from a property tax and a Greenwood Water Utility perspective to see if there's anything in there that should be recommended to the council as being deemed uncollectible as per Section 38 of the MGA. So those are the proposed items within the Finance and IT department, and certainly open to any questions you might have.
Thanks, Mr. Barr. Are there any questions of Mr. Barr regarding his presentation?
Mr. Mayor, I would ask a question. If I
Yes,
may.
go ahead, Councillor Windsor.
Thank you. The investment policy review, that's about how we, and clarify me, clarify what I say as you need. Is that about how we invest our balances and reserve funds, or can you just briefly note the scope of what would be included in that?
Yeah, certainly through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Windsor. So it is, the scope of it is to review the existing policy and make any amendments to it, but you're correct. The scope of the policy does relate to how we would invest in our funds that are maintained in our reserve and reserve accounts to maximize returns on that. So it's, making sure that there's proper controls in place, but making sure there's proper parameters about what's acceptable from the municipal perspective, both from a risk mitigation and preservation of capital and to ensure that we maximize our returns. So it's really about having another look at that investment policy to make sure that we are following it and that we're happy with what the parameters would be by which municipal staff would be able to operate under.
Thank you. May I ask a question on tax sales? We have a tax sale coming up.
Yes, go ahead.
Very quickly. So this year we're doing it in person. We're doing an auction per se. The last couple of years we did it by tender during the COVID. Is that, do I have clear on what the process is going to be this year?
Yes, you're correct. There's a tax sale tomorrow, and it's in-person auction format versus the tender format that we had during the pandemic.
Okay, so was there reason why we went back to that? Did we feel that we weren't doing so well under the online bidding or versus the in-person auction?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Windsor. It wasn't so much that we thought that the auction process or the tender process wasn't working well. We felt that it would be appropriate, given the stage that we're at with the pandemic, to revert back to the more traditional auction format and hopefully have increased participation. And I'm pleased to report that we've pretty much capped out, I think, in terms of the space within this council chambers that's going to be able to accommodate participants. We have gotten some feedback from people that previously were opposed to the tender process, kind of providing feedback saying that they actually preferred and liked it. So in terms of exactly how to proceed in the future, we'll kind of do a recap, I guess, of how this revisiting the kind of status quo of an auction format has gone relative to the tender process and make a decision about what's best for the municipality moving forward. But the thought process was, we traditionally have always done an auction. We were really forced into doing the tender process in the past. We wanted to revert back to the auction format, but we'll make a determination about what's best moving forward after the conclusion of the one tomorrow.
Yeah, and that would be a good assessment to see, Scott. And particularly, you mentioned you may be capped out. There may be others that would want to participate. It would be too bad that they get precluded because space wasn't available.
And if I can just follow up on one thing with that, I know that it was capped out, but as you can appreciate, the number of properties available for a tax sale decreased as you get closer and closer to the date where they would settle accounts. And
Right.
Scott and his team were proactive in reaching out to the people that had registered for the event to identify
Right.
to them that there's a number of properties that have been taken off. And I think with that, they had probably 30 to 40 previously registered people that withdrew, that were no longer interested. And so they were able to fill up the waiting list. And I think they still have some capacity. So I think everybody's being accommodated for the auction.
Okay, and how many years? How long does taxes have to be behind before a property goes up?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor, it's identified in our policy. I believe it's 2 years arrears for that to come onto the tax sale list. Okay.
Just one other question, whether it fits here or not, you or the chair can make an assessment. But we referred earlier to J-class roads, and you referred to the maintenance on private roads. We still have the issue of, I think they're called Z roads, which seems to be no man's road, but we have a lot of investment of properties there. Do we have anything in the works to come at that at some point in time and try and resolve that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, I'd have to defer that to either the CAO or the Director of Public Works or EPW to respond to that. I'm not familiar with if there's anything online for Z-Class.
Everybody's on but me. Mr. CAO, would you want to comment on that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's a good point, and that's something that's not on the current list. So I can tell you that we did have an overview look at that situation. There is a published Z-Class list, and the Director Javrik and I had spent a little bit of time cross-referencing that list to try to discern the accuracy. But that's something that we could potentially look at as an upcoming KPI and project.
Thank you. Does that respond, Councillor?
That would be great to include. There's a lot of investment. I traveled one road there. I think the one that we had an application for an expansion on last year, you drive it, you would not know, other than it's not one of the one of the wider streets, but it was wide in a lot of areas. But the amount of residents there, it was just like a normal residential area. So thanks for that, Scott. And that's my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Barr.
Thank you.
And as Mr. Barr leaves the podium, Mr. Quinn returns. Your mic is on over there, Mr. Quinn, when you're ready.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So just to run through the EPW proposed KPIs. So the first one there, integrating climate change into asset management planning. So I think that should be relatively self-explanatory. That basically is to ensure that our planning and decision-making tools and other aspects of our asset management system have climate change more purposely include. I think there's some elements in there, but certainly to be more purposeful and explicit about how we're going to go about that going forward. So that's going to be a main focus of that particular KPI. Yes, I don't think we have anything tagged for our clients. I know engineering has a number. So accessibility upgrades under engineering. So that's so related to some of the other discussions earlier regarding making our municipal infrastructure in compliance with the upcoming regulations for accessibility and just in general. So there'd be further modifications to municipal buildings, this building, in terms of additional doors, but there's also sidewalks and other infrastructure that we'll have to assess and go back and see what upgrades will need to be made to bring those into compliance with the forthcoming regulations. So that's basically the main focus of that particular project. In terms of for the environmental stewardship, so the engineering study, so this is sort of coming out of a number of the initiatives from the housing-related initiatives that were adopted by council last year. So a lot of that is focused on ensuring that our infrastructure is upgraded and extended to ensure that we're positioned to handle additional housing that may come on stream in the upcoming years. So in particular, Cobourg is one of the particular growth centers that we're looking at in terms of what its particular needs for additional central sewer, as well as potentially a central water system as well, and also finding alternatives for where the wastewater may be directed. It currently is hanging to the regional system, but we're looking at, part of the scope is to look at additional options of whether or not that may be handled elsewhere or other options for that. In terms of the other next one, so development of a asset management optimization model. So essentially, this is a sort of developing a formal model to determine when is going to be the best time to upgrade or renew our linear and vertical assets. So basically, our sewers, buildings, et cetera, based on a number of factors such as service level, financial costs for particular works, and other factors. So basically, it's getting the most bang for the buck on when to sequence out these particular projects based on a particular need to do the work and also whatever the financial implications. So trying to basically, it's a way to create a model to help with the decision making on when to plan out and when to execute certain projects in a particular year. So to ensure that the service levels are maintained but not have too much of an adverse impact on tax rates and area rates and that. So that's the intent of that particular KPI, and the installation of rain gauges and wind stations throughout the municipality. So that's basically just putting up a number of weather stations at our various sewer treatment plants, because certainly weather is becoming more and more pronounced influence on those operations, and certainly it's what we've seen is that we've seen certainly the microclimates in different areas of the valley certainly presenting itself as a certain greater influence in terms of those basic operations, but also sort of a broader, it's a way to monitor and track in terms of our global operations what climate is doing in terms of being able to collect the weather data and try to correlate that with how that is influencing operations from, say, mainly water, wastewater, but also roads and sidewalks, that we can see basically try to correlate weather trends with basically those operational aspects. And Waterville sewer treatment plant. So it's basically just reviewing its current capacity and what's its potential to accommodate planned development related to the new Cambridge interchange. That'll be adjacent to the plant, and also looking at whether it can play a role in future growth in the corridor basically between Colebrook to Waterville in there. So that one. And then last. And finally, under this one is development of a formal fleet management program. With that basically our insurance carriers had conducted an audit of our current fleet management practices, and there's a number of recommendations coming out of that report that basically will be the focus of this particular project, because it has implications for not only policies but safety training procedures. Even some of our HR policies will be influenced by some of the recommendations from this. So basically this is just to implement aspects of that audit report and create a more corporate approach to our fleet management right now. And I think that's it for DPW proposed KPIs.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Any questions for Mr. Quinn?
I would just ask one question.
Go ahead,
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Yes, please.
Through you. Scott, I know you're doing a lot of work on maintenance regimes and maintenance manuals and all those things. Are we developing in a companion way or an aside, a maintenance management system whereby for the assets that we have, there's regular maintenance regimes required, some daily, some weekly, some annually. Are we developing that maintenance management system whereby we could, the staff could, depending on where they're going, print out the work orders and complete that work, and that work is then recorded in the maintenance management system?
Through your Mayor to Councillor Windsor, yes, that's already has been integrated into our asset management software and even within our existing software. So the newer software that we're getting, it will allow far more flexibility in how those are generated and tracked. And that, like I said, for example, this software, once it's fully online, is that our operations team, when they're in the field, can actually raise work requests as they're looking at the equipment or whatever, or particular item that they're looking at, and start the process if parts need to be ordered or something like that. Our maintenance planner in real time can be starting that process, so.
Right. And so the computers in the truck, and the trucks that we have now, they allow us to do that, right?
Actually, this system will allow them to do it right off of their mobile phones, so they won't.
Okay. Well, that's great, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? No, just a matter of information. I'm sure you're aware there's I was just checking it while you were speaking. I wasn't sending people texts, I promise. There are 20 weather stations across our municipality, and they're all reporting through one app that is locally designed, so I just would say that those need to be taken into consideration when we're talking about the placement of future weather stations, if we can take advantage of ones that are already there. So, anything else? No? Thank you, Mr. Quinn. And as Mr. Quinn leaves, the Deputy CAO returns. When you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll start with the proposed items under me, and as we've discussed in the past, we're kind of in this mid-phase of the regional recreation facility discussion, which has been discussed with council previously, and again is kind of a bridging process for that project in between the first phase, which was the report, and then second phase, which would be proceeding with the facility. Development of a municipal economic development strategy, or development of a municipal economic strategy, is really just to ensure that council is aware and given direction on the direction of our economic development staff to make sure that coordinates with the Valley Wren and the Chamber of Commerce. So that's the proposed ones under the Manager of Community Development, which I had mentioned earlier, the Recreation Service Review, which it is in the strategic plan and will be coming forward this year. So it's really already in there, but will be kind of re-energized this fiscal year. And the Manager of Human Resources. There's three proposed ones there. So HR policy update. Again, we need to look at our HR policies mainly from an equity, diversity, and inclusion lens. And that's part of our entire policy review. There's the onboarding standard operating procedure. So again, Director Barr spoke a little bit on some of the financial side. So obviously there's some pieces on the HR side that need to be integrated into that, and goes hand in hand with kind of the employee handbook that we had mentioned before, but also there's some other SOPs that need to be included. And the other thing that has been started is a wellness committee that is reports to the JOSH committee, the internal JOSH committee for staff. So those are the proposed KPIs coming out of my department, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Any questions?
If I might, Mr. Mayor, I would ask.
Yes, Councilor Windsor.
Those reviews that we're doing there in this human resource area, does any of them include reviewing our hiring practices per se, or is just after we're hiring the onboarding process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Windsor, certainly there'll be aspects of it. So last year we did review our hiring SOP, and that had been amended quite a bit. But as we review all HR policies, we'll certainly be looking at that again to ensure that it's, especially from an equity, diversity, inclusion lens.
Yeah. And the other question, which I think is equally as important, is the exit interview process. And I know I think amongst others have mentioned it a couple of times. I think it would be quite valuable to us to have an exit interview process that is separate from the organization, whereby employees that are leaving the organization, whether they're retiring or or just moving on to another job, that we learn from them about their experience and to see how we can grow and become better if there's issues identified, or they may have some good parting comments for us that would be helpful. I truly believe that's an integral part of human resource management. And frankly, I would like to see that as a KPI.
Thanks, Councillor. We can have a discussion around that during our deliberations. Any further questions or comments? No, seeing none, then as Mr. Frost departs, Mr. Conrad returns to the mic. Mr. Conrad, when you're ready, sir.
Just to start out, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To start out here, I'm assuming Mr. Barr was coming back at some point, and I'm going to ask him to elaborate on a little bit about the software, if it's not already part of your delivery plans here. But I just wanted to point out that we've been at this for a chunk of time now, but it's getting fairly refined, and we're about to go through another public release that Mr. Barr would do a much better job than I on explaining. But and this is kind of a selfish thing that I'm doing. So part of the thing that you can sort with is who the project lead is and who the project champion is. So for example, in the upcoming that we're talking now about proposed projects, I don't have any proposed projects. But if you were to go and sort me by the number that I'm a project champion on, you'd see quite a few. So it's an interesting way that you can keep track of who's doing what. So in terms of the municipal clerk, I have to refresh here. Proposed projects for Ms. Postema. And this one is actually well underway, as it's shown. It is proposed, but it's something at times we do try to get ahead of the curve when we see something. So this is sort of a response out of sort of very general information that at times the Municipal Awareness Week and the right to know type of thing. So we've developed abuse of a pronoun. Ms. Postema and her staff have developed quite a good database that will keep track now of closed sessions. And it will track at what can be publicly released because it's come back to council. Like oftentimes we'll receive instruction in camera when you're permitted to give instruction in camera under Section 22 of the Act. Let's say we're buying a piece of property. So we buy a piece of property and we'll often say we'll come back and publicly disclose that. Well, now this database will keep track of that. And then once it's publicly disclosed, it's publicly available. So that's one of the municipal clerk's proposed KPIs. Another one is the Committee of Council Terms of Reference under review here. So I can think of Councillor Armstrong on this one. We've just started looking at things like source water protection and if we nominate people and those types of things. So that would be an example under that area. So that's it for sort of mine. If we go to, again, I'm acting here now on behalf of Director Javerick. So what are the proposed KPIs for her? There is a swimming pool bylaw review and a vendor's bylaw review. So those would be the two that are quite dated and certainly time for a refresh. Manager of Planning certainly has a lot going on. One of the ones that you've not so long ago received a staffing report was the need for some housekeeping amendments to the new planning documents. So not surprisingly, when you develop a complete new set of plans, you'll find some things that need to be tweaked. So it's going back now and making sure everything is properly aligned, doing some housekeeping, so to speak. Mr. Brown, Manager of Inspections. has fire and emergency 911 dispatch and after-hours answering service. So that's a tender that usually goes out. So, and when we have met as managers and directors, we at times we would struggle in our meetings preparing for today and update about what is really a KPI and what isn't. So in face value, you might look at that and say that's normal business operating, which, you know, there's an argument to say that is normal business operations. But we've also heard in the not so distant past that the type of information we're collecting may not be uniform. So there's quite a bit of additional work that Mr. Brown is going to put into developing a terms of reference, so that the amount of stuff that's, and the type of stuff that's being collected by dispatch is more uniform. A review of bylaw 12A, animal control bylaw, is same with review of bylaw 71A, dog control. So those two are in need of a refresh, and certainly I'm kind of hoping we don't get into this type of discussion here this morning, because it's got a robust discussion, but we think about things like urban chickens and noise emanating from animals and those types of things. So it'll be looking at best practice and what's available in other jurisdictions, what may or may not be enforceable. You know, so is there municipal case law on some of this stuff? So that's the type of work that Mr. Brown will be doing in that area. Review of bylaw 72, the building bylaw is, you know, the Building Act goes back, I guess was last amended in 2007. I'm just looking that up, as I can recall it was quite dated, so that'll tell you the amount of time that, and this is an iterative type of thing. I mean, at times the province will amend its statute that we work under. That takes a period of years to do. So it's one of these ones that's ongoing, but it certainly needs to be, there needs to be some catch up there. Have I missed anyone? I can take any questions if you have. Any opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. Any questions at the table? None? Councillor Windsor, any questions? No?
Again, since I won't be here, Mr. Mayor, just one concluding comment. Won't be back.
I am
I
good,
don't think
thank you.
presenting here this morning, just to thank the managers and directors for their input, and particularly some staff who've worked on this database. It's certainly going to be a good tool for the public to use.
Thank you. Agree completely. And since you promised, Mr. Barr is coming back to the mic.
I did, in relation to the recommendation for the RFD, but where the CAO kind of talked a little bit about the tool, I'll offer a few other comments about it. So it has gone through a number of iterations, but our goal was to come up with something that was very much like you see in front of you, a dashboard that at a quick glance you can see what's the name of the project, how far along is it, green shows that it's on pace, red shows that it's behind target a little bit, something for council to be able to digest 100 and some KPIs at a glance. And for the public to be able to do it as well. So as we mentioned in the briefing in the RFD, when you click on something like this, you end up, and I'll show it real quick, in behind that there's descriptions and public comments that'll be able to be viewed by the public, so they get a good overview of what's contained in there for a description of the project, what the public comments are. There's also in behind this proposed dates in terms of completion. That's what triggers the color coding. Who's champion, who's the team lead. And then beyond that, there's further details that we have, like for internal tracking of things that have been completed, things that are in progress, status, that type of stuff. So a real good job by our IT team, in particular Ken and Chad, who put a lot of work into this. And like I said, it's gone through a lot of different iterations, and I'm sure it will get tweaked and refined, but our goal was to really come up with, as much as possible, a way to kind of streamline presentations of this and provide it accessible so that at any given moment you can click on it and get live and up-to-date information about what the status is on any of these projects at any given time.
Thank you. Any questions on that explanation?
May I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Windsor.
Thank you, Greg. It looks good. Just wondering, like, you just click on the item on the dashboard and it will open to all that. You just have to click on its title and it'll open to all that backup information?
Yes, when you click on the title, it'll come up and show you the information that's there in terms of the description and the public comments and.
Right. Okay, well, that's good, because that was a comment the comment I was going to make is it'd be good to have the description here somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Councillor Windsor. Mr. Bear, would I be, perhaps I just should ask you rather than ask you whether I'd be correct in saying so, but would I be correct in saying that that the title champion is the person who keeps the team leader's feet to the fire? Is that what the...
That would be a pretty good
Okay.
summary, yes.
Just chasing those down, thanks. Go ahead.
So yeah, that concludes the presentation on the proposed items. So to go back to the recommendation, the committee of the whole recommended municipal council approve the proposed strategic projects for 23, 24, and key performance indicators and request decision dated March 1st, 2023. And so specifically, not only the KPIs that we just went through, but that document Appendix A would be taken out to a graphic designer and released publicly to kind of show what the last 2 years of the strategic plan would have for key strategic projects.
Okay, you've heard the presentation, you heard the recommendation. Do I have a mover of the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Granger, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Is there any discussion on the motion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a question. So now we've got the, we didn't finish off this morning the earlier ones, so we're going to approve this before we finish off the current year's ones?
Go ahead,
Is that
Mr. Barr.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, the other one is a briefing to accept the update that was provided, and there was still 5 in-camera related ones that needed to be updated on. This is a proposal about the additional ones that would get added to the strategic plan moving forward. So kind of distinct and separate, I think, but certainly can wait if that's council's desire.
I did have a comment because they're very detailed, and when you go through them, one of my comments, I did send a note to the CAO. I thought with respect to, let's see, new minus growth center, we have an objective or a KPI for 2022-23 to adopt the amendments to the municipal planning strategy, which is de facto what it becomes. My comment was the work that we've done, the studies and whatnot, present some good opportunities for us, and perhaps it will be mostly in a lobby way, advocate for some of those things and or additional planning that needs to be done, like like the fixing of a road alignment and things like that. I thought that we should, so we are sort of ready to adopt, and then for 2024, we've got implement processes required for housekeeping amendments, which doesn't. So I was concerned that we're missing some opportunities here, and where do we go with new minus and with all the work that we've done to make things happen out here on the ground. So I did look at the end where it says just generally economic or infrastructure under economic development. And it does say examination of required capacity of critical municipal infrastructure to accommodate current and future growth. I'm just wondering if the CAO can speak to that as to what's our intentions now, and where do we go with new minus after we adopt this strategy.
That could well be a question at some point, but we do have a motion on the floor, Councillor. Are you speaking to the motion?
Well, I guess I am, because what we're asking is approval for this document which shows all the KPIs. And so this is the KPIs, and my question is, should we not include some KPIs related to all of that work and the studies that was done to get to that update? So it is directly bearing on the motion to approve the KPIs.
Well, I could be mistaken, but the way I'm reading it, Councillor, is that if whether or not the motion has to do with whether or not we intend to approve the proposed strategic projects and the key performance indicators outlined in the RFD. Now, if your motion has to do with the work plan that lies underneath, or if your concern has to do with the work plan that lies beneath those, then that's another discussion. So, are you
Well,
speaking in favor of the motion or against the motion, or do you wish to amend the motion?
I'm suggesting, well, I guess I'm suggesting that we amend it. Mr. Mayor, this is just put in front of us. I would hope that we had an opportunity to say, I think there's room for an addition or something. Otherwise, I don't think we're expected just to rubber stamp it. But it's very specific, all the way through. There's, I forget how many was mentioned that's there, but they're all very specific. And what I'm saying, we're doing one motion to approve for 2023-24 the KPIs. And I'm just asking the question, and I would really like for staff, the administration, to put it together to respond as to do we not see room to put in some particular KPIs there related to all that work that was done and specific studies that had specific recommendations.
Well, Councillor, the way I see it is we've just spent 3.5 hours hearing the explanations and having an opportunity to ask questions regarding the ones that have been put before us. And now we're being asked whether or not we approve of those. If you wish to bring forward, or anyone wishes to bring forward additional KPIs at another time, that's perfectly open for one to do so. But unless there's been a full airing of the KPIs that you have in mind and a total discussion around them, then that doesn't apply to this particular motion.
This is very challenging for me. We've just spent this time and we're reviewing, and we're asked to comment. And I'm making a comment, but I'm told that, we're just being asked to approve, and it's not appropriate for me to make a comment about something that may be missing.
Well, we're all hearing your comments, Councillor. The question is whether or not you're in favor of the motion. If you wish to bring forward additional KPIs at another time with a separate motion, with a fulsome explanation and support around them so that we can debate it, that's perfectly open to you to do so.
So you're ruling that it's not appropriate for me to suggest an amendment to this list that we're being asked to approve today?
You can certainly proceed with the amendment. If you wish to make an amendment, that's our process.
Yeah.
What I'm suggesting to you is that this motion as it currently stands relates only to those which we heard about today and which have been explained to us.
But this is our first opportunity to talk about it, Mayor.
Yes, there's always the first opportunity to talk about it, and this indeed, with regard to some of them, has been the first opportunity to talk about it. The question is whether Council feels that it has received a fulsome explanation and had a fulsome opportunity to respond and ask questions regarding them. And I think that has been done. The opportunity has been given, and with respect to those that have been presented, there is a motion on the floor. If you're speaking to those which you might have in mind that have not been presented, then those need to come before us in a separate motion with some background so that Council can fully inform itself before it and debate before it makes a decision on them. The motion
So-
as it currently stands has to do with those that we have fully had an opportunity to debate and that we've heard and had an opportunity for fulsome discussion on this morning. Now, are you speaking in favor of this particular motion or
I
against
guess
it?
I'm speaking, I'm being put in a position here to speak against it because you're suggesting we're being asked to approve this for 2023 fiscal year, upon which we're going to be then asked to approve a budget. So where's the, maybe you can inform me where the opportunity is for me to bring it forward. But I thought that's what the business planning process is all about. That's my knowledge, my understanding, but I'm being precluded here. So I guess I will have to vote against it because I'm not being permitted an opportunity to suggest that we consider amendments. And I asked to hear from staff as to why there may or may not be opportunities, which, you know, it's possible, Mayor, that the staff may have overlooked something. And staff would probably agree they're not perfect. So, you know, anyway, if you're denying me that right, I can't do nothing about it.
I deny you no rights, Counselor. I'm asking you whether or not you're prepared to vote in favor or against, or in some other way amend, if you wish to take that opportunity, the motion that's on the floor, which relates to what we've heard today. If you have additional, and I'll only say this once more, if you have additional KPIs that you wish to have considered, then they're not currently on the floor for consideration, and they can be brought forward by you at any time.
They're not on the floor, but the list is on the floor. And I'm saying the list could potentially be incomplete, Mayor.
I understand what you're saying.
So carry on.
All right. Any other discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. You can record your vote orally, Councillor Winter.
And I will vote against because I'm not being given permission to bring forward an amendment to the list.
Thank you. The motion is passed. And verbally recorded is Councillor Windsor's negative vote. Thank you. Did you have anything further, Mr. Barr?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this an appropriate time to adjourn for lunch? A motion to adjourn is on the floor from Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Hurtle. All those in favor of adjourning for lunch to return in an hour, is that more than enough time, or that's 3/4 of an hour? 3/4 of an hour. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now.
And I will agree with the break.
Thank you, Councillor. It's unanimous. Thank you. We're adjourned for lunch until, I look around at all my clocks, 1:05. Thank you. discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those.
Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I would make a comment, it's more of a repeat of what I said earlier. From looking at the report, I see this as organizational planning. We talk about the work of the organization and the organizational design that we feel best suited to deliver that work. I do not understand why this needs to be in camera. It's not like we're talking about particular people in our organization or a collective bargaining situation. So I don't support taking this in camera.
All right, thank you for your comments. It's been reported to us, and I take it on face value, that this is to discuss personnel matters under Section 22(2)C of the Municipal Government Act, and I put the motion to you on that basis. Those in favor or otherwise, please vote now.
I vote against the motion.
Thank you. The motion is passed, and we are in camera until such time as we move.
5 KPIs are in-camera type items, and we think one was just kind of coded improperly when it was put in, that it should have been public instead of private. So Director Javrick's going to just provide an update in open session about that additional KPI.
Okay, thank you, Director. Would you control your own light there for me, please? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, this was a coding issue on staff's part. This is a KPI assigned to our billing and enforcement manager, and it is a project that is 95% is what we've entered. It's probably closer to 100%. So it's a project that we've worked with our IT and specifically our programmer in taking our current process of tracking complaints and inquiries. And right now we've got corporately probably 6 ways that those complaints enter into our system and 6 ways that we're tracking them and trying to keep on top of them. And this program is ideally going to be a one place that we know the status of any complaint. We know if it's a repeat. Our CAO would be able to access and be able to firsthand be able to see where any of those inquiries or complaints stand. Myself, the name needs a little work. It's not always a complaint that we would be tracking, but it would be anything from a phone call inquiry to a status update. So it's just a way for us to ensure we're being accountable to our residents. So if there's any other questions.
Okay, thank you. So it's a response time situation where we get an inquiry or an issue from the public and it goes into a piece of software and it's allocated to someone as the responsible person and they have to respond within a specific period of time. Is that the way it works?
Partially. The goal of this project would be to also have one place that very often our complaints, I'll use complaints as an example, will touch multiple service areas. So a complaint might be a land use bylaw violation, it might be a building code violation, and it might even be either a fire code or a dangerous or unsightly. So it can hit many different files or service areas. So it's a way that we can internally all communicate and understand where each of those touch points are, but within a single touch point electronically. So all the photos are there, all the site visits are there, and we've got a full understanding on when full compliance is achieved.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Granger, did you have a question?
Nope, she answered it actually.
Oh,
so
okay. That's why your light went off. I thought it might have been a mistake. Are there any questions for the presenter? No, thank you. Sounds like a great idea. Mr. Barr?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, thank you, George. So with that, that's all 68 KPIs that we reported on and give status updates on. So the recommendation is in front of you in terms of receiving the briefing.
Okay, it's been recommended the Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council receive the briefing on strategic projects and key performance indicators dated March 1st, 2023 for information. Do I have a mover of the motion? Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Councillor Windsor, how do you vote? The table votes unanimously in favor. So the motion is passed. Thank you. Excuse me while I check my agenda. We're on other business. Correct me if I'm wrong. Item 6, is there any other business to come before the meeting? Seeing none, and there being no public here to comment, then I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded twice by Councillor Granger. No discussion on such a motion. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Councillor Windsor? The table votes unanimously in favor. We are adjourned.